to say, let me first appreciate you guys. You have been some of you have been very consistent in attendance when as it concern this particular track. And then I see a lot of requests, maybe as you're trying to do your lab. Sorry, can everyone hear me? Let me be sure that I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. So please, as you are trying to do your lab, people are reaching out, I'm having this issue, can I do this, can I do that? And then we are providing answer as much as we can, as soon as we see the information. But I think I have a few people who are having some persistent issue when it comes to maybe logging into the lab environment for your project. Sorry, not lab environment, for your project. We also have people who have been also calling for maybe lab. They are having one issue or the other in the lab environment. And we have some people able to figure it out, some with a little guidance, they are able to figure it out. So it shows a lot that we're actually, some of us are taking, we are participating actively, and we are taking advantage of the time and the opportunity. So well done. One thing I want you to always remember is the fact that learning is a journey, is never a destination. So we continue to learn as long as we have breath. So learning never stops. You learn, and there will be a time where you have to unlearn what you have known before and then relearn the new things that have come or that is ahead of what you previously knew. So well done. And then I want to encourage you to keep learning, keep striving, keep making efforts. You never know when all of these sacrifices, the time that you put in, the efforts, the research, everything, all the sacrifices, you never know when it will pay off, right? So well done, and then keep learning. Having said that, as we start this class, I would appreciate if you're not speaking, please, as the rule of the house, if you're not speaking, please ensure to mute yourself. And if you cannot see the screen, please disjoin and then rejoin again. You'll be able to see it. If you have questions, because I might not see, I will try as much as possible to go to the chats once in a while. If you have questions, you can post it, but if I'm not seeing it, you can call out, unmute yourself and then call out, and then we'll address it. And then if possible, if we can also keep the question till after the class so that we can just run through the whole process. I believe in still the theory, still knowing or understanding the theory aspect, majorly because of exam, or because of those people, those of us that might that are interested in taking exam after the course. And please remember, this particular track is supposed to be like a 5 days, 8 to 5 or 9 to 4 class, which we have tried as much as possible to shrink into a total of 12 hours as against 8 hours, 7 to 8 hours times 5 times 5. So you understand, so we had little time, and then we still have to ensure that we touch at least every important topic as it concerns the track. So you are encouraged to always do more reading, try to do the labs that we share, try to go through the Microsoft Learn, excuse me, try to access the Microsoft Learn, do more research on topics that you don't understand. If you need clarification on certain topic, do where to reach out. You can post on Discord channel, if you have access to the chat on the this particular track chat, you can drop the message there as well. All of you already have my email address, so you can send me an email as well. I will try as much as possible to assist wherever and whenever possible. So without further delay, let's jump right into what we have for today. So today we are going to be talking about, part of what we are talking about today is around data protection. As an organization that have IT, the IT team within an organization know the importance of data protection. Today, data is the lifeblood of every organization. Organizations are run on data. They are generating data every second, every minute. And this data is what is informing their businesses. This data is what is giving them insight into how they are doing, what they are doing, whether they are doing good or not. That is what the data is doing for them. So data today has blown up and has become a very critical and important asset that needs protection. Now, when you are looking at Azure, hosting your resources in Azure, there are ways by which you can protect your data and your information in Azure. So in the what we are going to be looking at precisely with data protection, we are going to look at we'll be introduced to Azure Backup, and then we'll see how we are going to configure Azure Backup specifically for virtual machine, right? So let's jump right in. So what are we going to be covering in this as it concerns Azure Backup? We'll try to understand what Azure Backup is, what it does, and what it can do for you. We'll look at how it works when you want to, what are the use case scenarios, and then we'll look at the implementing the Azure Backup using the Azure Backup Center. So Azure Backup Center is more like a centralized backup management for any organization within Microsoft Azure. Then we'll look at how we can back up virtual machine as well as Azure file as a workload in Azure. So what is Azure Backup really? Looking at this diagram, Azure Backup is actually a Microsoft Azure service that provide a kind of cost-effective and a secure and a kind of zero infrastructure backup solution for all Azure assets or workload for most Azure workloads, right? If you have an organization, one of the things that will be a concern for any organization is what we call business continuity and disaster recovery. So things can happen in an organization. It could be a disaster that happened. It could be a need, data loss, data corruption, data breaches, and all of that. And when any of this activity or any of this event happens, you need a way by which you should be able to quickly get back to operation. You need a way by which you can restore services to your users, to your customers, and the likes. So in order for you to be able to do that, one of the way to ensure business continuity or ensure that you have a disaster recovery plan in place is having a strong and solid backup in place. So when it comes to Azure Backup, it can help organizations to create certain policies to back up their resources in Azure. Now, when we say in Azure, if you look at this slide, you will notice that we have even on-prem. So, which means wherever your data is hosted, whether it's on-prem or in Azure, you can use Azure Backup service to back up those workloads wherever they might be hosted, as long as you can reach them in one way or the other. So with Azure Backup, you have what we call recovery point management. Recovery point management is talking about the different set of backup job that you have done, completed. And remember, a backup is actually taking the state of a system, of an application, or of data for a particular time, at a particular point in time. Say, for instance, if I have a virtual machine that is hosting my website, right? And I go to, as at yesterday, or as at last month, right? We did a backup as at last month, maybe 30th, that was May. Let's see, maybe about 28th of May last month, we did a backup. And this month now, as at today, something happened and we need to restore. So if I go into my backup vault or my backup location, I will see the last backup that I did, which was 28th of May. So that is a recovery point. So which means if I restore that particular file or that particular virtual machine, I will only have the data up to 28th of May, the time and the exact time by which I did that backup. So that is what recovery point management means. It helps you to manage how many backup file do you have available and which particular point in time, like date, like month, like year, is the backup available for. And then you have storage. Everything about backup it has to do with storage. Storage in the sense that when you take your backup, you need to store it somewhere. You might be storing it either in a local location, or you might be storing it in what we call offsite storage. Offsite storage means you might need to use things like back data up to a external hard drive and take it to a particular vault, or you back it up to a tape drive and take it to a particular vault for safekeeping. For anytime things happen, you can always have access to it. Then when you also come to Azure Backup, right, you have what we call resiliency and availability. That is actually what the backup is giving you. It's giving you data availability. Do we have data for this particular time if anything happens? Is it that somebody have deleted data, a particular data? Do we have a backup to restore that particular data back to the owner or for the purpose of the use? Then in terms of resiliency, is more of why the backed up data is stored in a storage in a particular vault. What happened? How can we ensure that it's continue to be it is consistent and the integrity remain there? So there you have things like encryption that help you to that encrypt the data while the backup is taking place at the same time, as well as while the backup is sitting right within the storage. Then you have what we call data tiering. Data tiering have to do with access tier. And then by the time we look at the type of backup that we can do for a particular workload, specifically virtual machine, we will understand the data tiering better. The type of data tiering you have will determine how quickly you can restore your data. Remember when we are talking about storage, we talk about access tier. So this is also referring to something like access tier. The type of backup you do will also determine how quickly you can restore that data in the at point of disaster. Then, if you look here, Azure Backup Service also have built-in backup security feature for several workloads. You have for virtual machine, you can use it to back up manage disk, you can use it to back up Azure Vice Share, SQL Server, your app services, you can back them up, your databases, you can back them up, right? They have their own inbuilt backup service that you can turn on once you create them, and then it starts working without further stress. Then now in terms of additional security, like who can access the backup data, what kind of access, and then when it comes to monitoring, all of these are all available for you to ensure that your backup job and backup data are safe and are being monitored and is not being accessed by people that shouldn't access it. Now we talk about when you have resources on-prem, you can also back up those resources that are on-prem. Now, for you to be able to back up resources that is seated in your on-premises data center, you need to install what we call backup agents. Excuse me. Now, let's talk about how it works generally. How does backup work in Azure? One of the things you have to look at is, first, they are actually in the backup architecture. You have about 3 architecture. You have the management plane, you have the data plane, and then you have the workload. You have the workload plane. That's the way. So we are picking it one after the other. This is now the management plane. So with Azure Backup, one thing that allows it to work effectively is what we call VOT. VOT policy. For you to be able to do a backup in Azure, you need to create your VOTs. There are VOTs. Now, what do they? It's like a container or a destination for storing those backup copies of your data, storing your recovery points, and storing your backup policies. So you can create your policy to tell at what point should the backup happen, and then what point should the backup happen, how often should it happen, where is the storage location that you want to store the backup job or the copy of the backup. That's one thing. That's how that's one of the attributes of backup center. For it to work, for your Azure backup to work, you must have your VOTs, right? And there are 2 types of VOTs that we have in Azure. We have backup VOT, and then we have recovery service VOT. Backup VOT is the old type of backup, Azure backup, that give you access to your backup data, your recovery point, and some other features within that have to do with the backup data itself. So the newer one is this recovery service point. It's more robust and then wider in feature than the older one, than its predecessor, that is the backup VOT. Okay. So now when it comes to backing up in Azure, like I said, you have your backup policy and you need to define it. So backup policy will tell from where is the source of your data that you are trying to back up. Is the source in on-premise environment or is it in Azure? The storage, where the destination, the storage VOT represent the destination of where you want to store the backed up data to. And then you have a schedule. Schedule signify like how often should the backup happen. Is it a hourly backup job that should be? Is it a weekly backup job? Is it a monthly backup job? So that is what the schedule will help you to do. Then the backup center, like I said, this backup center give you like a holistic view of all your backup, all your resources, subscriptions, your votes, your policies, and then your backup copies and recovery points. That is what the management page is all about. And there also you have things like monitor. You are able to monitor the backup activities. You are able to create alert or configure alert to tell you whether the backup succeeded or it failed. And then you will give you logs like, okay, the backup started at this time and ended at this particular time. So that's that. Then in terms of managing or connecting to the backup center, you have different ways by which you can interact with it. You have the portal that's going to Azure portal, portal.azure.com. You can connect to it via SDK, and then you can connect to it via the PowerShell using the CLI module. So now, when you are backing up, you need to determine the type of data, that what data do you want to back up really. If you have a virtual machine, do you want to back up the entire virtual machine? Do you want to back up just the system state of the virtual machine? Or do you want to back up a particular data in a particular location on that virtual machine? So you need to be able to choose and select the type of data that you want to back up on the particular workload that you are looking at. And like I said earlier, when you now come to extending the backup services to on-prem, there are two ways by which you can do that. You can either install the backup agent, or you install a backup server, Azure Backup Server. It's called Microsoft Azure Backup Server, MABS. Then you also have why the agent is called Azure Backup, Microsoft Azure Recovery Service Agent. That's MARS, MARS. So depending on which one will work better for you, you can actually use either the agent. The agent will take the backup and take it straight to the cloud. So in situation or in situations where internet, maybe your bandwidth is a problem or is a challenge, and you notice the backup does not used to complete all the time, it always fails, maybe because of bandwidth. In that case, you will be installing a backup server that is seated locally on your on-prem, and then you can use it to back up the on-premises server workload and store them in either local, or you send them to Azure Cloud. Or you can also back them up to that local server. While you now back up the local backup server itself, you send it, you take the backup of that one completely and take it to your Azure Vault. So you have different options by which you can work with it. Then when it comes to backup types, there are different backup types. You have what we call full backup, and then you have incremental backup. So full backup is more of the first backup you are taking must always be a full backup. That's the first backup that you are taking. It must always be a full backup. So full backup is going to take the system state. If it's a virtual machine, it's going to take the state of the system, back up the state of the system as at that time that you initiate that job. Then it will back up the data up to that point, and it's going to store it for you. Now, the second type of backup you have is what we call incremental backup. Now, you can configure your backup policy in such a way that you take the full backup first, the subsequent backup of that particular workload or resource is going to be just take the changes that have happened between the last time I did the backup and now. Take that changes and keep it as a kind of So they call it a kind of they call it differential. So it is referred to as a kind of differential backup. So differential backup means you are taking just the increment of what has happened, what has been the new data that have been generated between the last time you did full backup and now. So you take that difference data and then you add it to the previous you store it. So then what that also means, as at the time you want to restore, you must first restore the full backup, then you will now restore the latest differential backup or increment data backup that you did. You install it on it, then it will take you to the last point of the incremental backup. And one of the things you can do also with Azure Backup within the Azure Backup Center is having multiple backups. You can have multiple backups depending on your requirement, depending on what can determine how often you take your backup. We have what we call recovery point objective. Recovery point objective is actually saying how many hours, how much data you are willing to lose. That's what recovery point objective means. How much data are you willing to lose? Say for instance, if our business require a particular data, if at all you are missing any data, it should not be more than a day old data, or it should not be more than 1 hour data, right? So it means when we are configuring our backup policy, if it's a day old, we have to configure the backup to happen daily. If it's a kind of 2 hourly or hourly data, data restore is what we can accommodate, then we have to configure the backup to happen every 2 hours or every hour. So that is something that will determine, your how much backup you take, either per day, per week, or per month, or at the end of the day, per year. Then you have one other thing that is called recovery time objective, RTO. Recovery time objective is saying to what point in time, so how long can your service take to be down? RPO says how much data are you willing to lose? RTO, which is recovery points objective, is saying how long are you willing for your services to be down? How long are you willing to be unavailable? That is what RTO is saying. So if our business says we can accommodate downtime of 3 hours, so it means your RTO is 3 hours, and that will also determine also the kind of backup that you take. So moving on, let's now look at the backup center extensively, right? Excuse me. So the backup center, like I said earlier, allow you to have a kind of holistic, or what we call a single pane of glass, to manage all your backup data across a very large and distributed Azure environment. If you look at this screen, you will see that we have different to manage under the manage backup. You have backup policies, you have your vaults, you have your backup instances. Your backup instances are the backup jobs that you have. Now, when we come under the monitoring, right here you can see the monitoring, the backup job, whether they succeed or they fail. That is what this will tell you. The backup report, how many backups you have, how old are they, you can be able to see that. Then in terms of policies and compliance, so you are able to, if you're based on what we just said, that the business allow us to lose data of certain amount of data is what is allowed, and certain amount of time is what is allowed for us to get back to work. So the policy and compliance section will allow you to be able to meet that, compliance requirement for your organization. So backup center in a nutshell give you like a place or a central location where you can be able to manage all your backup information, everything that have to do with backup, you can manage it there. It's data source centric and focusing on what you are backing up, what is important for you to back up. You also see that here we have schedule backup in case it is schedule, on-demand backup where you just go and click the backup job. You have created a backup job, quite all right, but you did not schedule it. You want to come and initiate the backup anytime you want. That is what we call on-demand backup. So moving on, let me see what test do we need to know with regards to this. We'll talk about security at the other time. So let me quickly run through this. What do we have next? So just for us to quickly see kind of how we do backup for we're going to be giving you have your lab access where you will be able to do your backup. Now, to have your backup, you have certain steps that you need to take. So one of it is to configure your storage account if you don't already have it, just to try your hands on. If you have your storage account already configured, it means you want to be able to back up that storage account that you have configured. The first thing that you need to do is to create your recovery service vault. You create your recovery service vault, then you create your backup policy. When you create your backup policy, the backup policy will include creating your backup job. Then you create your backup job and you did the backup, then you can verify the backup once it's done. And one of the best practice is after you have configured a backup have taken place and it succeeded. One best practice is to always test that you can actually restore that backup in the event that you will need it. So you have to always run a test restore for you to be able to restore. Let's run through the rest of this slide, then we'll come back later to view the backup, to view how we will back up, to see how we'll back up workload in Azure. Okay, so but specifically we are going to be focusing on Azure Virtual Machine. If we want to back up Azure Virtual Machine in Azure, we have to take certain steps to do the backup. The virtual machine might be running a very important service that will require for us to back up that virtual machine. So what we'll look at is to see the different options to protect our virtual machine. We will be able to create one of the options to protect the VM is called snapshots. So we'll be able to create a snapshot and we'll be able to set up a recovery vault. Remember, I said for you to back up, to do any backup job in Azure, you must have your recovery service vaults. Okay, and then we'll see the option of backing up a virtual machine and also restoring it. So one of the options you also have is ability to restore either in the same location or to restore to another location. That is actually possible. So moving on now, to do backup in Azure for a virtual machine, you have three options, right? You have three options. One of the options is using snapshot, and this is equivalent to data tier or data tiering that we saw in the first slide. Okay, so the snapshot provides you the fastest backup option, and is the one that can also be quickly restored. When it comes to restore, snapshot is very fast for restoring purposes, and is the simplest for backing up. This is the simplest option to back up a virtual machine. The other option you have is now using Azure Backup Proper. So Azure Backup Proper supports backing up the virtual machine, backing up application on the virtual machine, and backing up both the VM and the application. So say for instance, if you have a server or a virtual machine that is running SharePoint, for instance, or that's running Microsoft Exchange, so those are application aware virtual machine. You can use Azure Backup to actually back those up. And when you are restoring, it also understands that there are particular workload, or there are services that are currently hosted on that virtual machine that you are restoring, and those services have to be up. So it will go beyond just restoring the VM for you. It will check the services as well, that they are being restored, while you now do the rest of the work to ensure that your user can connect or continue to connect to the restored services that you have. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so the third one is what we call Azure Site Recovery. Take Azure Site Recovery, take it as another data center. Say for instance, if you have your on-premise data center that you are hosting, you want a situation whereby if anything happened to that data center, you can bring your resources, your servers and application, you can bring them up in another environment. That is what Azure Site Recovery is doing. It helps you to protect your virtual machines. So if you have VMs that are running on-prem and you back them up in Azure, if anything happened to the on-prem infrastructure, you just quickly spin up those virtual machines from your site recovery point. You quickly bring them up, and service is back and running again. Also, it also works in a situation whereby your data, your Azure resources are hosted in one particular region. You can use Azure Site Recovery to spin them up in another region, just in case there's a disaster struck in the region where they were originally hosted or created. So you can use Site Recovery to quickly bring them up from another region, right? So now, one of the things that you have to consider also when it comes to Azure Backup is the storage type. I think that's also part of this access tier, right? The storage type, you have, just like the storage type that we discussed the other time, you have different redundancy options. You have the LRS option, that's locally redundant storage option. You have the geo-redundant storage option, and you have the read access geo-redundant storage option when you are configuring your backup job as well. So let's continue, and then it can work. Sorry, I forgot to make mention of that. It can work for either a Windows machine or Linux virtual machine. It supports those. Now, creating a backup, a snapshot rather, that's the simplest, like we said, the simplest form of backup for your virtual machine. This your virtual machine, one thing you need to do is to take snapshot. When you take the snapshot, or you take the snapshot of the VM like a clone, it's like a clone of your virtual machine. So you take it and then send that snapshot, send it to your recovery service bot. So you can use snapshots as part of your backup job. And then what it does, like I said the other time, it reduces recovery wait time. Like we said, depending on the type of backup, it will tell how long it will take for you to recover when it's time for you to recover. Take, for instance, if you have taken a backup and you have sent it to a tape drive, for instance, before you can restore data from tape drive, you need to first restore that data to disk. Then you now initiate a restore from disk to the original location you now want to, that is supposed to, either original location or another location. But it's that, depending on the type of backup, it determines how many steps you are going to take in restoring a particular backup. So snapshots does not wait for data transfer to default to finish whenever you want to do your restore job. There is something you also need to take into consideration as well when it comes to configuring backup, either backup or snapshot in Azure. It's called retention. Hello. Is there any question? And you? Okay. Who's that? Can you mute? Thank you. Okay, so one of the things you also need to take into consideration is the retention period. Retention period. So what's retention period saying? Retention period is saying how long to your backup copy, how long do you want to keep a backup copy before it get deleted or before it's no longer needed? How long? Your recovery point objective will also determine how long a data to stay. So if your RTO, if your RPO, that's recovery point objective, is saying 1 hour data, remember we say you have to configure, you have to do multiple backup in a day. So you have to do hourly backup. Now, if it is 1 hour data, I wouldn't want to keep 24 copies for one day, the next day, and then I will configure, maybe keep the data for a week. So that will mean I will have 24 times 5 if we are using work week. If you are using standard 7 days a week, I will have 24 copies of that data times 7. That's too much. So, which means if anything happened to my system now, I cannot go and pick the data that I the first data that I back up within that 7 days to come and use to restore. It will not fulfill the requirement of 1 hour data loss is what we can accommodate. So in that case, I might want to schedule, say, keep 3 or 5 copies at every point in time. So it will take the first backup by 1 o'clock, for instance. By 2 o'clock, it will take the second backup. By 3 o'clock, it will take the third backup. Now, by 4 o'clock, it will take the fourth backup. That fourth backup, before you save it, is going to delete. The retention policy will say, delete the first backup so that at every point in time, we have just 3 copies. That is what retention really stands for when it comes to Azure backup. Now, a moment. So, okay, just give me a minute, please. Okay. So, now when it comes to setting up Azure Recovery Service Vault, you have different options, right? You have different options. You have when you are dealing with workloads that are hosted locally in Azure, you have option to select virtual machine. You have option to select file for Azure file. You have databases in SQL in SQL. When we get there, you will see there are more options than this. Then the other option is you want to back up on-premises workload. For on-premises workload, you can back up workload that is running either on Microsoft Hyper-V, and you can back up workload that is running on VMware environment. Now, when you are backing them up, you also see that you have different options. Either you want to back up file and folder only, or you want to back up a database server or SharePoint Exchange. Now, this two here is talking about the state of the data you are backing up. If it is virtual machine, they selected it, that is virtual machines they want to back up here. What do they want to back up in the virtual machine? Is it system state? If it is system state, for you to restore system state, you have to first install you have to create a virtual machine, install the application that is running on that virtual machine. Take Active Directory, for instance. You will install Active Directory, then you will restore the state. So it will go to take you to the state it was as at the time you back it up. Then this one now is not backing up the entire virtual machine, it's just backing up the state of that VM. Now, the bare metal option there is the one that allows you to back up the entire virtual machine irrespective of what is hosted on that virtual machine. It will back up the state, it will back up the data that is hosted, it will back up the application. So you have the option to now restore bare metal, meaning you are creating the ghost, including the hardware specification, settings, and everything is what you are backing up. Here, there are things that you need to watch out for if you are doing what we call bare metal backup. For instance, if a server hardware have issue before the backup, let's say a driver has been causing issue, and then you take a backup, that problem also will exist in the backup. So it's not that because you have a backup, the problem will be removed. No, it will also exist in the backup. So take note of that. So you can back up multiple servers using the same recovery vault. And you can decide to create different vaults for different workloads or different server depending on your requirement. Now, backing up a virtual machine, like we said, the first step you need to do is to create your recovery vault. Once you create your recovery vault, now one thing you need to take note is when you are creating your vault must exist in the same region as your virtual machine for it to perform optimally. If you are creating your recovery service vault, it must be in the same region as your virtual machine. However, you can replicate that vault to another region. But the region, the immediate vault you are using to back up your virtual machine must be resident in the same region. Then you can use the portal to define your backup right from the backup center. And you can also use CLI. Remember, we talk about the different ways by which you can access it, access the backup center. You can either go through the portal, or you use your CLI, that's PowerShell, or you use SDK. For developers that want to do backup, they might want to be connecting using SDK to the Azure Center to do their backup. So taking a snapshot, that's a snapshot represent a recovery point of your data at a particular time, at a particular point in time. And this snapshot data, they are stored in your vault, right? Take note of that. And then the third step is to now select the backup, the virtual machine you want to backup, right? For virtual machine, for you to back them up, they must be running what we call backup extension. There's a backup, once you create your virtual machine, you want to initiate a backup, there's a backup extension that you need to install for the Azure backup to recognize that you can back it up, right? Then, if you are backing up virtual machine that is hosted on-prem, remember, you have to install either backup agent, or you use what we call a backup server, that's Azure Backup Server, to back it up. But you still need an agent. It works just like any other backup solution out there. For me to be able to back up a particular machine on my network, that backup solution I'm using have an agent, and the agent must be sitting on the machine that I want to back it up from. So if you are not using Azure Backup, for instance, if you want to use Microsoft Backup Solution, you'll be using DPM, that's System Center Data Protection. Even with this, with Azure Backup, you can also use your DPM to back up your workloads on-prem, and then back up the DPM server itself to Azure. It works in different ways depending on what really works for you. Like we said, there is no need for backup if you cannot restore the backup. So the purpose of taking a backup of a particular workload or application or server or service is for you to be able to get back to work, get back to operation when the need arises. It is not only in the case of natural disaster. Also, when there is issue with when there is corruption issue, when there is a threat issue like cyber threats or cyber attack, when there is a accidental deletion issue, you can actually initiate your restore of your backup. So when you have a backup, once your backup is completed, if you select that backup job, you will see option to, you select this for instance, this is an item, this is a web app that they back up here. And once they select it, going into that particular application backup point, you are able to see other buttons. You are able to see whether you want to restore it or you want to restore file. So you have the option to restore the entire, depending on the type of backup we took actually. You have the option to restore the entire virtual machine, or you have the option to restore just a file or a few files within the virtual machine. So now the backup service creates, it also creates temporary notification to alert you if there is an issue. In case the backup job failed or whether it succeeds, it creates an alert that's going to use to inform you of the backup job. So one of the things when we talk about retention, I talked about retention briefly the other time. When it comes to retention policy, remember we said retention is how long you want to store the data. So if I have configured retention policy to delete, to only keep maybe 5 copy of data, 5 copy of backup copies, at every point it's trying to create a 6th copy, is going to always delete the first copy. At every point it's trying to create a 6th copy, it will delete the first copy. Now, when this deletion happens, it is not deleted immediately. It's the operation that happened there is called soft delete. So, which means you can still restore that backup copy, the deleted backup copy. You can restore it. Excuse me. The deleted backup copy, you can restore it within 14 days. But after 14 days, it's going to be permanently deleted. So this is a backup item. You stop the backup and then you delete the data. It is soft deleted and it's retained in the I'll call it recycle bin. It's retained in the recycle bin for 14 days after the deletion operation. So after 14 days, if you did not restore the data, there's no need for you to restore that data. What happened is the 15th day after the deletion, the data is permanently deleted. So it purges that data out of the recycle bin. You can't see it again to restore. However, if within 14 days, you perform an action to restore the deleted backup, so what happened is the retention policy of 14 days cease to operate on it. So it's move the data back from the deleted the recycle bin and then take it back to the backup center under your in the list of your backup job, and then operation continue. Retention policy continues to operate there. So now you can also pause a backup job. When you pause a backup job there, take note, retention policy does not apply. Retention policy does not apply. When you pause, when the backup data is in the pause state, retention policy does not apply. So that backup data will remain for as long as you keep it there until you resume. But the moment you resume the backup operation on that particular backup item or data that you are, or workload or resources, then the retention policy continues, is kicking back and continue to work. So now, let's say the time the retention policy is supposed to have taken effect on that data while it was in pause state, but because of the post action, it wasn't able to. By the time you resume it back, if that data is now old and should no longer be exist, retention policy automatically delete it and purges, the particular data at the end of the day. So data is not permanently deleted when you delete a particular backup item. They are saved for 14 days. Okay, let's see. So now, if the option you are looking at implementing a site recovery, remember we said Azure Site Recovery is giving you opportunity to have a disaster recovery site, a second data center. So if your data is primarily hosted in a region 1, for instance, and you back it up and something happened in region 1, whatever happened, there's a flood issue there, or hurricane or fire incident, and this region 1 become unavailable, your vault, you can actually spin up every resources that you have back up here using site recovery in another region, in a region 2. So you are doing failover, your failover site. That's what you are doing here. So you continue to operate here until this side comes back up. So site recovery help to manage disaster recovery, and then it help replicate your workload from the primary location to the secondary location. The secondary location is not activated until there's a disaster in primary location. However, for organization, they want to be sure that if anything happened to region 1, they can continue to work in region 2. So they initiate or induce, let me say, induce a failure, a total site failure, so that they can test that this site, things are working and it will serve them if anything happens here. So there are intentional site failover that can happen here, just in case disaster never happened, but you need to be sure that if it happens, you are covered. So you can initiate a manual failover in that aspect. So that's just in a bit about this. So now let us quickly see how we can escape. Okay, but probably maybe if I escape, I'll also run through this. I'll also run through. I'm going to bring this slide back up. So in the exercise in the lab, which is part of what you'll be doing in your own lab too, what we are going to be doing is we'll use templates to provision infrastructure. The next slide will show us the diagram so that we can see what we are trying to do here. We'll use storage to provision infrastructure instead of creating the VMs one after the other. And we can also create the VM. If you already have your VM, you can just initiate it. I'm not even sure if I have one readily available. And then we'll create recovery service points. Recovery service port. We'll create it, then configure it to accept backup. Then we'll configure a virtual machine to do machine level backup. So it's going to take the VM backup itself, and then we'll look at how to monitor the backup and probably enable replication. So this is what the architecture for this particular task, what it look like. We have region 1, we have region 2. Region 1 majorly is where most of our tasks lie. We are going to create a virtual machine. When we create the virtual machine, we'll create Azure and recovery service points in the same region. Remember, region 1, region 1. Then we will configure backup and monitor the backup activity. Once we are done, we can initiate a replication to the region 2. And see here also, the Azure, the recovery service point vault here is also created in region 2. So let's see. Okay. Quickly do something around there. Okay. I have my template that I'm trying to use, and then the template is going to, maybe I should just quickly go back. I wish I have a VM that I've created already. So I have this template. I'll provide it to us as well for us to use for our lab in case it's not available within the lab. So I have this template. No need to go through it. This is the graphical this thing of the template, right? And what it's saying is create a resource group. I changed the region. It's supposed to be West US. Why did I change the region? The virtual machine size that I'm looking for is not available in the East US region. So I decided to change it to West Europe. So the VMU you are using, if it's available in your region, you don't need to change it. Then the virtual machine they ask us to use is larger and will consume more credit. So I reduce it to a smaller one so that I can have enough credit to run through the lab at the end of the day. So this is creating different subnets and different virtual nets, VNets for the virtual machine. So we just say review and create. Hopefully it shouldn't take time. I thought I've created it so that it wouldn't have taken much of our time. Okay, so what will happen is while this is creating, I'll come back there briefly. Okay, review is fine. You can go ahead to create. We're going to come back here while this is going on. It will take a while. So while we are waiting, let's see what we can look at again. Okay. See, let's see. Okay, like I said, while that is going on, let's quickly look at Azure monitoring. Azure monitoring or Azure monitor precisely. All right, so to just say, don't bother. I'll be fast, and it was fast. So next, let's go to our resources. It's our resource group, and it has created a virtual machine for us with the accessories. So the next thing we need to do, right, is to create our recovery service vault. Let's go back home and we look for recovery service vault and create a new one. We don't have any currently. So remember, we have to create in the same region. Let's be sure, okay? We have to create in the same region. So I'm going to select the same, in the same region. So I will select the resource group. This is saying East US. So once I select it, to change it to West Europe. Then, excuse me. Okay, the name, let's give it a name. Call it AZ104 RSV region 1. Region 1, so that we can use to identify the regions. And okay. And then we creating, you notice, even though we did not select redundancy, it gave us geo redundancy. Geo redundancy is what is giving us. And then networking allow public access. So just go ahead and say create. Is it creating? My internet is on screen. Okay. It's moving, just taking a while. Yeah. Once you finish, then we can go to the settings and update some properties. So units. Okay, so let's go to the recovery points. So if we go to property, let's see what setting is here for us. Go to property of this, you notice the settings. So like you have recovery agent, you have recovery service agent, and you have backup credential. So if you, by the time you want to configure a virtual machine to maybe on-prem, like on-prem to install, to backup rather, you need to download this recovery agent. So yes, recovery service agent. Then after installing this service agent, you need a credential. That's something to authenticate the virtual machine against the recovery vault that you have created. So you need to download this credential and use for the virtual machine to connect and take its backup into this particular location. So any other thing we want to do here. So now next, let's see what we can do further. So let's say we want to back up now. So what I want to do, where is your workload? So select whether it's any of this environment. You have Azure Stack, you have Stack ACI, you have on-prem. So Azure is seeing that we have virtual machines, and then we can select virtual machines, file share, SQL, and the rest. Then if we select on-prem, for instance, then you will see those other options that we saw in the slide the other time. So let's see, go back to looking for okay. Okay, so here now, being these are votes, so we can decide or we can start, or let's just quickly run through it. On this page, remember during when we are talking, we had, these are the settings, identity. Identity will help you to define users like RBAC role, users who can manage the backup data for you. You have networking aspect of it, and then you have things like lock. Locks allow you to be able to prevent changes, any change to a particular resource that have been, it will make it a view only for whoever is looking at it. They can't make any configuration change to lock it down. Then let's say we have configured our backup job from this other backup location that we're trying to. Then you have the various backup jobs here. And if we have configured replication as well, you will have them here. So what we'll do now, see, looking for setting, go back to backup. Say configure backup. Let's try and see. We want to configure one. So here, that's policy type. We have either enhanced policy option and we have standard policy option. So standard policy option will give you a once a day backup, and then it will keep up to 5 days. That's retention. It will keep up to 5 days. So if you keep today, tomorrow, next 5 days, the 6th day is going to delete the first one that it took for today. That's the way the standard one works. If we go for the advanced allow you to do multiple backups per day, right? You can have up to 30 days operational in the retention tier. So you can have up to 30 days. But that 30 days does not mean it will be 30 copies. It's going to be multiple copies because you are doing multiple backup per day. Then it supports trusted launch virtual machine in Azure, and it supports different type of disk like the Ultra disk and the premium SSD. The Ultra disk is higher than the premium SSD. So that's what happened here. So let's select, if we select standard, for instance, that's enable more settings for us. So in the standard, we can select, we can choose various settings. Like this is backup policy. It's using a default backup policy. We can decide to create our backup policy. if I want to create a backup policy, this backup policy, this default one, these are the settings that are in it. It's saying the backup type is full backup and daily. You remember we said once a day. Daily backup, instance restore, retain instant recovery snapshot for 2 days. Instant recovery snapshot for 2 days. And then retention of daily backup points is 30 days. So which means we will have 30 backup because we are taking 1 backup per day. We have 30 backup copy or within 30 days. On the 31st day, it's going to delete the backup you took on day 1 so that it will always remain 30 copy and always 30 days. So here, we can add the virtual machine that we want to back up. If I click add now, it will allow us to select the virtual machine that we want to back up. We only have 1 VM, so we can select this and then we click OK. So to validate it, and it will add it for us. So that's it. We've added. If you have multiple virtual machines, like we said, we can use 1 VOT to back up multiple servers, or you create different VOT for different workload. It can work that way. So we can go with this option, or we can choose to create a new policy, right? If we are creating a new policy, we'll give it a name. We give our policy a name like AZ104 VM backup BKP. I like to shorten sometimes. BKP POL. That's BKP policy. So we can do that. Since it is we can choose, because it's standard. Now this is giving us option to choose a daily or a weekly backup option. So depending on what the server is doing, we can do this. Let's select weekly, and I'm saying what day of the week should the backup happen. It has picked Sunday, expecting that Sunday there will be less operational depending on which country and what is the nature of your business. So you can select. You can also select multiple backup copies per week. So if I chose just 1 day, it means I will have 1 copy every week. 1 copy every week. If I chose multiple days, that means it will back up every day of the week, or those days that I selected for the week, right? Then you have to select the time when the backup should trigger. The time when the backup job should trigger. So most of the time, since it's an Azure environment, we want to use maybe start the backup in the midnight, so that by the next morning, the backup will have completed and it will not affect your user. So if we pick 11 p.m. and you can set the time zone that you want the backup to happen. So this is the configurable options. Now, value must be 5 for backup of weekly. When it comes to recovery, instance recovery snapshot, value must be 5. So say between 1 and 5, but then value must be 5 for weekly. So let's just use 5 so that it can let us pass, right? Then this retention range, retention for daily backup, because we do not pick daily, is weekly. So you pick retention for weekly backup restore point. On Sunday, at this point, for 12 weeks. So you can choose whether how many weeks you want to keep. Maybe it's 5 weeks you want to keep, right? You can do this. So it will always check which data is older than 5 weeks and it will delete it from the retention point. Now, if it is monthly backup, you can also do this. Yes, it's weekly you are backing up, but maybe you want to keep the first, this one now, you say first week, the first one happen, the first backup select is happening on Sunday as we have selected. Then how many months do we want to keep that first backup for? How many months? This is 60 months. It's much for me. Depending on your requirement, you can configure it. Let's say maybe this 5 weeks. Let's say 3 months. 3 months, right? And then you can configure yearly too. So if you have an environment where you need to be able to back up data, you need to be able to restore data within a particular time, but they are expecting that for a financial organization, data of a particular year must, I think, is it 10 years or so? So in that case, you might want to keep your first backup. You might want to keep it for that number of years that your business is supposed to have. That's what you will select here. So if it's 10 years, you will leave it as 10 years. So that means the very first backup will be kept for 10 years. After 10 years, this first backup will be deleted and a new first backup will be created for another 10 years. That's the way it's going to be for it. So resource group, this is optional, it's not compulsory. We can enable tiering. Tiering here is archiving tier. So in case you need to archive the data after you don't want to use it for a long time, a particular period of time. At this time, we notice we are not needing this particular backup data again. So you can enable this, but let's leave it as basic as possible. So if I click OK here, okay, we missed something. Oh, Sunday and yes. So if I click OK here, now instead of using the default backup policy, we have changed our backup policy. Notice what happened. It's now weekly, even though it's standard. It's weekly. Instant restore is kept for 5 days. Backup retention, weekly retention, 5 weeks. The first week will be kept for 5 weeks. Once it's getting to 6 weeks, it will be deleted. Monthly retention, 3 months, and yearly retention, 10 years for the first backup. So sorry, excuse me. Okay, so we just click enable backup here. Now, this backup that we create, right? The first backup that is going to happen is today. I'm sorry, it's on Sunday, which is tomorrow. So if we need it to kickstart like immediately, what we can do is once we finish creating, we can go there and initiate the backup now. So that we can have a copy to maybe further work with. We're waiting for that. I think our class is going to speed a bit today. Okay. So while that is happening, right, let's quickly look at this other one. Monitor, Azure Monitor. It's finished. And then now, if we go to backup, we'll see the backup. Where is it? Sorry. Okay. So now we have one backup configure for virtual machine. Let's go to backup policy. We should see the policy that we created just now. So here is the policy we created. Then there is the default policy. We have 1, 2, and 3. This is sample and enhanced policy, and this sample default basic or standard policy, and this is hourly long backup. Let's look at the ones we did not create, or okay, we have already seen the setting of the one we created, right? So this is enhanced policy. What's the peak here? The frequency is hourly. The backup is going to happen every 4 hours. The duration is 12 hours. So what does it mean? It will start, the first backup will happen by 8 a.m. 4 hours later, which is 8 to 12 p.m., another backup will happen. That's 4 hours. 8 hours later, which is 4 p.m. in the evening, another backup will happen. Then another 4 hours after the 4 hours, that's 8 p.m. now, another backup will happen. That's a total of 12 hours. After 12 hours, another cycle will start. Another cycle of 4 hours, hourly backup will start. So which means in a day, we will have, in this case, we will have 3 backup copies at every point in time. Every day we'll have 3 backup copies. That's what it means. So after 12 hours is stopped, another one starts, and it overrides the first one and the next one and the next one, like that. And you see, it's just like what we went through now. It's just for us to see the extra stuff that we didn't see, which is this hourly option. This is the same as we saw it there. Consistency type. So this is more like, though it's in preview mode, but what it does is after the backup, it will check the backup data consistency. If it is saved, if it's not saved, it's going to give you an alert, and you have to re-backup again. So if we make any change here, we will do updates, but we did not make any change. Let's see associated item to this particular backup policy. No item, nothing has been added. So we can actually add resources, so which means it's not in use. So we'll cancel out, and then we can continue with what we are doing. Now, if we go to backup infrastructure, right? So this is also more like backing up. If you are using backup server, if you have installed backup server in your on-premise environment, or even in Azure, if you install backup server, the backup server needs to need a password or a credential. So it will connect here. This will be helping you to count how many you have installed. If you have connected your DPM, that's your System Center Data Protection Manager, to be doing your backup, and you connect it to Azure Vault, you will see it here as well. Then, if you have installed recovery or backup recovery agent on your virtual machines, you will see the count of the virtual machines that you have here as well. So that's that about that. And let's go back. So For backup reports, we can see the report here of, the successful backup, what is going on, summary, the job. You will see everything, the policy that is affecting a particular job. You will see them right here, right? So the policy that we have created, we've already configured our backup and it's supposed to kick off tomorrow at Sunday at 8. What time did we pick again? It's supposed to pick up on Sunday. I'm coming in a moment. Where is let's go to backup items. Okay, let's see. I'm selecting the virtual machine, backup, and pre-check past money. Okay, last backup startup. Initial backup is pending, which is okay. It is okay. We've not done any backup yet. So what I've done is to go into the recovery point, the votes, select backup item, select the virtual machines, and select the particular virtual machines that we have. This is a property. So now, the backup will not start now. It has not started. So we can actually initiate and say backup now. We will initiate this backup and we are going to retain backup till 29, that's July. This is on-demand backup we just initiated. If not, we'll leave it to tomorrow, or what we could have done also is to change the time to today so that I can start while we are doing some other things. Right, but that has started. Let's see what we can do with other topic while we're waiting for that. So I'm going to share my screen again. Let me see, do we have any questions so far? Okay. Is this today? Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to check the questions. Not here. Someone say looks like Jason. Oh, I'm sure you're talking about the template that we use to create the virtual machine. Yes, it's a JSON file. It is a JSON file indeed. And then someone, Rebecca said, oh, it's the same. Rebecca said GDPR. Yes. For GDPR, that's you have to consider, that's where the region coming. GDPR is more of dealing with, if you are dealing with people's data, that's the European Union data, resident data. That's how you keep it. That's what GDPR is really all about. So if it's something that you need to consider, you have to consider the region by which, okay, setting the policy to 5 years. Okay, yes, that's the retention policy. Okay, okay. Yes, that's fine. That's why I said, the default there that we saw was 10 years. The default policy we saw there, retention policy for yearly retention policy was 10 years. So depending on your own compliance requirement, you have to adjust it. You can state 5 years. You can state the number of years that is required for you to keep it. So that's it. Now let's go to the second slide for today. Not even sure you will be able to cover it, but let me see if I can run through. Slideshow. Okay. Narration. This narration. Sent from beginning. Okay, let's quickly talk about monitoring. That's Azure Monitor, right? Azure Monitor really is a solution from Microsoft as well that allow you to apply certain monitoring activities or to monitor your resources in Azure. Monitor the workload, monitor different aspects of it. So it provides a comprehensive monitoring solution for you to collect data. You can collect log data, analyze those data, and respond to based on the trends, based on what is happening with regard to the analysis that you have done, and take action on what's going on within your Azure tenant environment. So look at a scenario where you have a resource that is very critical and you need to monitor different things. You need to monitor things like the performance of this resource. You need to monitor the usage of the resource. You need to monitor the costing as it concerns the resource. You need to monitor the security aspect of the resource. You just want a kind of bird's eye view or visibility into what is happening with your resources in Azure. Azure Monitor will allow you to do that. So what we'll be looking at in here, we will talk about the Azure Monitor. We'll look at how to improve incident response with alerting on Azure. And if we are able to today, we'll look at log analytics. Log analytics is a log collection platform or tool that allow you to collect log from different services, different workload, whether in Azure or even from your on-premises workload. Then you take the log into Azure Monitor where you now analyze it, analyze those logs and perform certain action on the log. So let's look at it very quickly. Azure Monitor has certain capabilities that it offers you. One of it is to explore different metrics and give you visual. So it helps you visualize your resources, help you visualize how they are being used and provide certain numbers to you on their operations, the health, the performance of your system as a whole. So monitoring, it gives you insight into what's going on with your resources. With Azure Monitor, whatever log you get, you can actually analyze and query those logs. So you collect different metrics, activity log and diagnostic log, and you use those metrics, analyze them, and configure alerts based on various metrics. So it can be metric like if the hard drive on my particular virtual machine is running low on space, alert me. It can be like if the system is behaving non-optimally, alert me. it can be like when the resource utilization on this virtual machine, like the CPU, the system begin to drag because the CPU, the workload, the level of request is much on this server, alert me. So when I get such alert, I can decide to now configure auto scaling for the virtual machine or the workload in question, right? So with Azure Monitor, you get all of this. You are able to monitor and visualize different metrics like the system health, the operational state of your virtual machines and your resources in Azure, and the overall performance of it. You can analyze those logs that are being generated in Azure Monitor, and then use the telemetry information that you have to make meaningful decision for the organization. And you can configure alert so that you are alerted before things go haywire, before things go beyond what is acceptable. You can configure your alert to take certain action and then alert you accordingly. So the alert will contain different conditions that you want to happen. What should cause the alert to trigger? Those are conditions that you need to put into place for the alert to happen, right? So now, moving on, there are different components that make up Azure Monitor, right? I think we talk about this in one of our sessions. There are different components that make up Azure Monitor. You have the data source. Data source is one of the components. Where are the alerts coming from? Who is generating the alerts? That is what this data source is. So your alert could be coming from your applications. They could be coming from your virtual machine, that's infrastructure level. They could be coming from your platform services, like your app services, your database, managed database services. They can be coming from there, and they can be coming from custom sources like on-premises environment. If you configure your Azure Monitor Log Analytics to collect log from your on-premises application, it will collect it and then send it to the Azure Monitor. Now, this is called data platform. We have things like metrics. Metrics are performance, they are health, they are operational statistic that you want to get. And then you have logs. Logs in terms of who does what, who log in, somebody log in, this happened, the virtual machine shut down, the virtual machine restarted. You have all of that. And you are able to do trace. Traces, like you want to trace, you receive a particular log and you need to trace what happened from where. So it will give you like a visualization of the connectivity, how the component link to one another. Then you have things like changes. Changes in terms of configuration changes that is made by administrator. If you configure such log to be collected, it's going to give it to you within this platform. Now, what do you do with all of this data that you get in the different data platform? You can get insight from them. Insights, natively when you create your app service, there's what we call application insight. That application insight is what is helping you to collect the different metrics, the different information about how your app service is performing, the database is connecting to, if you have connectivity issue, how your developers are pushing the update from their Azure DevOps into that particular application. That's the insight. The network in terms of the traffic that is going in and out of your resources in Azure. That is where you have insight for network. You have ability to visualize the data that you have collected from these different workloads and the different metrics that you have collected. You are able to visualize with different tools. One of it is Power BI. You can connect to Power BI. If you notice, let me quickly go back to our portal. if you notice, if I go back to this our vault, I go back to the vault. I saw that somewhere a while ago. Let's go. To be able to see, okay, sorry, that would be, that's in Azure Monitor. Okay. Okay, this Azure Monitors. Oh, sorry, let me go to the virtual machine. I saw it. Okay, anyway, I will check for it and show you and show us later, right? Pardon me for that. So, okay. So one of the things you can do is to visualize your data, your log data, and because if you are not going to analyze the data or use it to see what's going on, there's no point in collecting it in the first place. So you have things like webhooks to help you visualize. Webhooks will give you like a map of this is connecting from here, this log is coming from this user is accessing this. That's what webhook is going to help you to do. And you can use Power BI and you can use the Azure Monitor dashboard. Then Grafana is another visualization tool that you can use within Azure. Then you analyze this data here that have been collected here using the Metric Explorer. Metric will always deal with things like head state, whether this and the VM is behaving optimally, is slow. So, and we'll give you maybe like recommendation of change, upgrade the memory or change the virtual machine size to another, or you're underutilizing, it will tell you like that. Then log analytics, changes that happen, this or that. Then you are able to configure alert based on your analysis that you perform. You configure alert. Alert is a form of response. You are trying to respond to things that happen. When this metric, when the virtual machine utilization is reaching 95%, alert me. And from the alert, do something auto scale the virtual machine, like adding either additional virtual machine to it, to that particular workload, or you want to increase the VM size. Scaling, so you can scale up and you can scale out. Scaling up means you are adding resources. Scaling out means you are adding additional virtual machine to be multiple VM having the same services. And you can integrate Azure Monitor into other platforms within Azure. We have Event Ops, we have Logic App, we have APIs that you can integrate with it to explore it more further. So we talk about metrics. The metric, you need to define your metrics and then your log. So metric and numerical value that describe some aspects of a system at a point in time. If you're looking at this, you will be able to have an understanding of what metric is. Oh, at this time, the network interface is experiencing a spike. The processor or the memory, if you look at this, you see this is spike. It's been like low, then you move, then it just spike up and then came down. So it means you can use it to analyze and look at the trend over time. If at this exact time, is when this spike always happen. Then you can say, once it is getting to this time, your resource should auto scale. After this particular time, you should scale down back to go back to the original resource that you allocated before. So that's what you can do with metric or monitoring certain metric. Then you have log query. Log query allow you to collect log from different workload, from different sources, and bring the log into a single location. When you bring your log into a single location, you can now use your log analytic to get insights into the content of your log, then configure alert accordingly. And you are able to view, have insight into everything that has been configured as it concerns this log. You are able to make use of it appropriately to better the operation of your business. So the other thing is activity log events. Activity log events have to do with things that is happening within your resources. These are not really, it's not configuration, it's not performance, is in terms of what's happening. So send data to log analytic, application log, diagnostic log. These are the type of log that are sent to analytic. Then you can query it or manage event in the portal, or using PowerShell, or using CloudShare, or using your API to connect to manage the log. And like we said in the previous slide, integration, you can actually send those log to Event Hub and send the log that is generated by all this activity log. You can send it to event log and can archive them into a storage account, and you analyze it with Power BI. It's more of repeating the same thing that we have talked about, in the earlier slide, right? So moving on. Okay. Now let's look at query analytic or query activities. So from this screen, you will see you will have different logs, different activity events, like create or update virtual machine, virtual network subnet. The activity, it was an action that was taken by a user, but the activity failed. So we can see it here, and when, and the dates. Then we have things like write guest configuration assignment, succeeded. These are activities based on actions that you perform on your resources in Azure. So you can search this activity and search it. You can get a quick insight into this different activity. You can configure your diagnostic setting. So diagnostic setting will be like this. If a virtual machine, for instance, a virtual machine shut down, or it's not if there's a service that's supposed to connect to it, the backup, okay, you configure backup job, for instance, and the backup fail. You can configure it in such a way to say, diagnostic setting can say, restart the virtual machine and try the backup action again. So that's one thing you can do when it comes to diagnostic log. Or things are happening, you are not able to do RDP to your virtual machine. You will run diagnostic log where it can be able to tell you maybe what's going on. And part of that diagnostic log, it will show you things like, okay, is the ports enable? Which IP are you coming from? Did you configure maybe security setting that says a particular IP should not connect? Those are things that you will see there. So you can filter this. You can filter the event here. You can filter it based on management group or based on subscription. Let's say you have multiple subscription and you want the event to only show for a particular subscription. It shouldn't show for everything. You can filter based on subscription. You can filter based on how long the event happened, and then you can filter based on severity. So that's the different filter that you can apply to the activity log when you are querying it. Then you can download whatever your search, your query return. You can download it if it is what you are actually looking for. You can download it and you can pin it so that anytime you come to that particular activity log, it will show you log that is related just to those subscriptions with the severity level that you have selected, and will always be 6 hours time. It will always be the last 6 hours, as against you'll be seeing something that happened last week or a day old or a week or a month old. That's what really the activity querying the activity log and applying filter, that's what it does. So you can filter different events, administrative events, like you create, update, delete. That's why you see create or update here. You can see those information, things like health status of your resource. You can actually see those information there as well. And then you can see maybe resource health, the alert activation, you can see them here, scaling, and you can see things like recommendation for whatever the issue. If we expand each of these log now, you will see recommendation alongside with it. So now talking about improving incident response, right, in Azure. Okay, just give me a moment. So incident response with alert, right? What Microsoft tried to do is to provide a very robust alerting and monitoring service through Azure Monitor, right? So with that, you can monitor your resources, you can configure alert, you can configure notification to monitor your system and give you notification accordingly. Sorry guys, I think we spent like we spent 2 hours already, and I still have a few slides to cover before we even talk about lab. So let me ask, do we continue? Please, with a reaction will be appreciated. Do you want me to continue or we round up by 1? Hello, are we there? It seems I'm the only one that has been here. Oh my sweet Lord.
No, we are hearing you.
Okay. So do you want me to round up by 1? Let's continue. Okay. For people to be quiet, either they are there or they've walked away, or they are enjoying the session and we continue. Okay, so let's continue. Like I was saying, when you collect log, you want an intelligent way by which to manage those information that you are collecting. It's not just because we don't want to collect log, but because we want to be able to take certain action. Say, for instance, your users are complaining that a particular website is slow in responding to people, or we can even take an e-commerce website is becoming slow. If you are not aware, you might start losing customer if every time they go, your site drags, and they have to look for how they will look for alternative stores or e-commerce site where they can get what they are trying to get. So that's why it's very important when you are collecting log, make meaning of the log through alerting and notification, and through certain responses, automatic responses that you can configure, right? So we'll look at managing alerts within Azure Monitor. We'll look at creating alerts and creating action groups. So when you are creating alerts, it might be to alert the owner of the resource to go and take a particular action, or to escalate the alert if the issue has not been resolved for within a particular period of time. Every monitoring tool have the capability to do that, right? Every monitoring tool have the capability to do a little bit of automation. What should I do if this kind of thing happens? That is what we call incident response, right? So let's continue. So when it comes to configuring alert in Azure, right, you have their component that make up the alert and allow the alert to trigger. You have your resources or data type within your Azure Monitor, like virtual machine, SQL, app services, storage account. And these logs are forming, a form of telemetry that is being sent to your alert Azure Monitor. You have your metrics, you have your log. So metrics, like we said, focus on numerical time-sensitive value that represent an aspect of your resources at a point in time. Then you have the log, and then you can query it. And so now, when the metrics are coming from these various resources, as we said, into the alert monitor, into the Azure Monitor. Now, from Azure Monitor, you look at the alert, you look at the metric, you analyze it, and based on trends that you are seeing, you can configure alert to fire on certain condition. Condition can be things like the scope or resource type. Resource type here is virtual machine, and the scope is the virtual machine. A particular virtual machine is what we are creating this alert for. Now we need to add what we call signal. A signal is a CPU utilization. The utilization is way high. That's a signal for an alert to be triggered. Now, how high should the utilization be? Should it be 50%, 100% usage, 95% usage? Once that utilization hits, in this case, is greater than 80%, when it is at exactly 80%, this alert is not going to be fired. But once it is greater than 80%, it fires the alert. The condition has met. That is greater than 80%. CPU, average CPU utilization is now greater than 80%, and it will fire the alert. When we mean average, we look at, we have to do sampling. So the first one, the first spike that we had was 81%. The second one was maybe 75%. The third one went to maybe like 85%. Then we do the calculation. We add those three together, divide it by 3, and get the average utilization. So once that average utilization is higher than 80%, the condition has met and alert will be fired. Now, what it will do, condition has met, what happens is, sorry, this is alert rule. So these are the rule. Now, when the condition meets, what happens? Create an alert. What should the alert be? Suppress or add an action to this alert. The action, for you to add an action, you need to create an action group. Action group contains things like notification, that send an email, notify somebody through an email or SMS if that is there, or send the notification to Event Hub, or send the notification somewhere else to Log Monitor. That is it. Now, or you can take additional action. Maybe cause the machine, take additional action, like you can say a restart so happen. It will restart the virtual machine, or it will restart the app service. These are the different actions that you can configure. Email, text message, phone call, phone a friend, phone call, script, run a script, or the network. So these are the different actions that you can configure, and a combination of this can be in your action group, right? That's what make up an alert rule. What make up an alert rule? The resources, the condition, that's the resource, virtual machine in this case, the signal, the condition, and the actions. Those are what make up alert rule. So, excuse me. Moving on here, I will see in a while how to create the alert rule. They say now create and configure alert rule. We will see that if we still have time today. Okay, so now creating alert rule. This is sample alert rules that have been created. Azure Security Center, the condition is a table rule. This particular alert is looking at a table rule. The severity configured for the alert is verbose. Verbose means it will collect a lot of information. And target resource is export to log A. That's a resource. It could be storage resource, and target resource type is log analytic. It's log analytic, and the signal is log search. So which means this guy is going to search. If he find the table, the row 1 of a table to have changed, is going to initiate this alert. And what's it will send information to the alert log analytic workspace. You have one here for CPU percentage utilization. So they are looking at the node CPU is greater than 90%. Is informational. So the severity type is informational, telling us that it is greater than 90%. For me, it might not be informational. For you, this might not be informational. It might be something that an alert that require you to take an action, right? Then the resource scope or target scope is demo. This demo happen to be a virtual machine within Kubernetes service, right? Or an app service. Then the signal here is metric. Metric because it is percentage utilization, is usage, it has to do with performance. So that's that. So alerts rule combined the resources to be monitored, the signal or data from the resource and the condition. And you can enable recommendation out of the box alert rule in your Azure portal. We'll see how to do that. We have talked extensively in the previous slide about action group. So action group need to be defined. And at the point of defining your action group, you have different action type that you can add. Things like notification or any other action. So notification type here is, we can choose email Azure Resource Manager rule. That's the owner of the particular resource, email them, or send an email or SMS message or push notification or voice notes to a particular location, and then we'll give it a name. These are the different, this is the notification type. Now, these are the different actions that can be performed. Automation runbook. Automation runbook is more of, you want maybe an action, a script. You want it to run a script if that happens, if whatever the condition meets. You want it, a script to be run. Or you want to send that information to Azure Function or Event Hub. Or you even have an external ITSM solution, that's IT Service Management, that you are using, so that an alert can now be created there and routed to the appropriate team who is involved or who will be involved in correcting that particular issue that you are reporting. So moving on, right? Let's look at very quickly at log analytics. Log analytics, we will see how to determine the usage, that's the use case scenario. We'll look at how to create a workspace, a log analytic workspace, and querying data, that's log analytic data. And then we'll look at the structuring the log analytic query. So now looking at log analytic usage, right? This is monitor. That's under monitor. We have logs. These are log analytics. So we have logs. What the log analytics does is it helps to collect data or log data from applications, from different locations. It collects log data and bring those log data into Azure Monitor for analysis. Then analyze the data, and then the data can come, like we said the other time, the log source can be either within your Azure environment or from your on-premises environment. Now you can write query on the log data that has been collected. You can write query to analyze the content of each of the log, to sort the log based on severity level, based on resource type, based on time of day or time interval, time period, based on subscription, based on management group. You can run your query against the log that you have within your log analytic workspace. So if we look at example of this is accessing system updates and then troubleshooting operational incidents. like the VM is up, but users are unable to connect to the services that is running on the virtual machine. Or the app service is running, but when people try to perform a particular transaction from your website, an error is being received. So in that case, you will need to troubleshoot what is going on with the particular application, and that's where your log analytic is very, very useful. These are the different use case scenario. So again, you use your log analytics, you use it to monitor different workload from on-premise and Azure Azure environment. You can use it to collect different metrics. You can use it to collect information of what is going on with regards to usage and health and performance of the resources. You can query it to analyze, and then you can use it for troubleshooting purposes, right? So let's see. Screen next. Demonstration. So creating a log analytic workspace, we have a few things we have to put into consideration. You have to create the workspace is more like a location. That's the central location where all the log are going. Central location where all the log are going within Azure Monitor. So a workspace is an Azure resource and like a container where all the data, all the log the log that you are collecting, where they are stored. Within there, you are able to also analyze and then make meaning of those log. Then you can have multiple workspace within your subscription. You can create different workspace, maybe for different use cases or different purposes within the same subscription. Then a workspace provides a geographic location and data isolation and scope. So when you are creating your workspace, you have to select your region. That's a geographical location, restricted to a geographical location. And then you have to select your resource group. So then you have to select the subscription where you are putting it. So which means isolation of data is still very much possible here, right? We have talked about querying the log. We have talked about querying the log as well. But the same way you can query things, you can query activities within Azure Monitor, you can also do the same thing for log analytics. And common query and the query language that is used for this query, for the query that you run here. These are the different kind of queries that you can have, and you can create your own queries to within the Azure. Query that is specific to container services, query that is specific to databases, query that is specific to application, and audit query as well. All these query have to do with who does what with what resource. That is all this query. They've selected this one, for instance. Look at the query saying response time trend. Chat request duration over the last 12 hours. And then response time bucket shows how many requests are in each performance bucket, right? So the query helps you to quickly retrieve and consolidate data that you have in your repository. And then you can export it to Excel, or you can export it to Power BI for further analysis or further visualization. And you can save your query log, your search your search result or your query result, you can save it to run subsequently automatically, right? So now the structure of log analytic query is this. We have different event source where log are coming from different area or different workload. Now, for a Windows, where are the log coming from? It's coming from within the Windows event. If you log into your Windows, you know you have your Windows server or Windows computer. You have what we call event viewer. Event viewer collects logs and events on activities that is going on with the application that is running on that particular virtual machine and the likes. Then you have what we call syslog. Syslog is like a central location also where you send all your log to. Syslog is just collecting the log. It's not analyzing it. It's only storing those log for you in a location. You can now connect to it and analyze it further later. And then event type that you can have in your syslog, you can have things like error based on the severity. When you are querying information from either event log, that's window event log, or syslog, you can query it using severity level type or event type, whether it's error type of event or critical type of event or warning type of event, you can query it. Then you have agents. Log are also generated from agents. For backup agents, for instance, you have log. The agent will send message whether it's able to connect. When the Azure backup, for instance, want to take effect, you need to connect to the agent that is hosted on the machine you are backing up. So the agent needs to communicate back to Azure Backup Center, for instance. So all of those communication back and forth is called heartbeats. And the heartbeat information is also something you store and then you can query it. It's part of your log analytics queries that you can do. Then you have custom logs. This can be from custom applications that you have created or that you have deployed. So you will configure, you will get those logs and then you connect to it to create an alert. And you have standard alert rule that you have to create to help you make sense or take certain action on certain alert that happen. See an example down here. Event where we are looking for event or searching for event where the event level name is equals to error, where the time it's generated is more than a day old, and summarize error count. That's if you find this error, is to count the number that has happened by the different computers that have generated that error, and it is more than 1 day. So this is an example. So look for top 10 by error count description. So which means it will give you 10 different types based on this different description, but they are all error. However, they might be saying different things. Different error might have happened. That's what it means. So this kind of bring us to a kind of end of this particular topic, right? And what we can do now is to quickly see alert in action. Okay, let's quickly see alert in action. So I'm going to change my screen. Although we've not finished the first lab, but it's partly part of this. So if I'm showing you the lab, again, they said we should use template to provision infrastructure with provision one. So we'll make use of the same one we have already created. And then we'll create an alert. We configure our action group, our notification, and trigger alert to confirm that it's working. And we'll configure the alert rule, and finally we'll use Azure Monitor to monitor the log to see those alerts. So these are the tasks. So we have a VM that we have created for Module 10. We are going to use that same VM in this case, so which will make it a bit faster for us. Let's go out of this environment, and then we go back to our, okay, who is this? Yes. Saying the virtual machine is stopped. Why? So like you said, we already have. So let's search for monitor here. Okay, yeah, I was searching for Azure Monitor. Let's search for monitor. Okay, and we open monitor. But before then, sorry, I need to check that that virtual machine is running. Subscription. And the subscription that is active. And go to resources. We have our virtual machine. What's going on with it? Okay, I thought it was stopped. So it's on. Even right here, if you this diagnostic and problem resolving problem, this activity log. So if we go here to be able to see a few things. Okay, so create or update virtual machine. This is one here, right? That happened today. So the machine is running. I'm going to go back to monitor. So now we are in monitor, and let's see what we can see here. We go to activity log. We don't have much activity that has been generated yet. Oh, we do. Oh, that's great. You see all the activities, all that I've tried to do today. 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, we have a few things that we can try out. So natively, even without me enabling it, by default, it enables the activity. And okay, please a minute. Let's see what else we have here first. Okay. So now we have all of this. Let's click on one of them. Let's click on one of them to see what has happened. Validate feature, 60 minutes an hour. Spec backup item, for instance. So we selected backup item, and this is what is given to us. Okay, just expand it. So the backup started, backup item accepted. That's okay, no history. You notice what we can do on this particular item, the log item. We can already create a rule right from here. So looking for something. Then in terms of the filtering, that's querying that we talk about, see here is sorting based on this particular Azure subscription. If we have multiple, we'll be able to select severity type. This is severity 4. And before severity selected, we have critical, we have error, we have warning, we have informational. So if we want to change it now to, instead of selecting everything, maybe we want to change it to just these two. Let's see whether we'll get anything for this. So selected 2. Still giving us this information. Okay, what did you select? Let's see, error. Okay, so these are all error. The max hour is 5 hours ago. So we can sort by last 24 hours, last 1 hour. If we sort by last 1 hour and we apply to give us just like, we are still filtering, we are still querying this way to query the log now. So no error happened in the last 1 hour. Let's see, last 6 hours, let's say custom. So if we do custom, maybe we can do 3 hours. Start time, start date, end date. Start time 12 p.m. 1 p.m. That's like 3. And I apply. That's like how many hours? So nothing has happened at that time as well. So we'll change it back so that we see what happened. Yes, and now I go. Okay. Now you can add more filter. You can actually add more filter to it, like resource group, restrict it down to resource group level. That's resource group now, say all resource group, or I can select a particular one. If I pick all resource group, for instance, we add more filter and we add more again, resource type, we can do that. We can continue like that. That's how much you can build all your filter to actually give you the insight that you are looking at. So if we click at this quick insights, quick insight is telling us an entry, 12, we have 12 errors. 12 errors, 4 failed deployment, and 0 alert has been fired, 0 service yet has been received, and 0 rule assignment. So we have not assigned any rule to anybody. So I don't have any other user in this platform. I will have assigned a rule so that we'll see that log there as well. So that's that. Now let's configure an alert. We'll go to the alert here. And we select create alert rule. Notice when we select, we have 3 options. Let me go back so that, because I think I was fast. Oh no. What happened? So let's close this, monitor back, alerts. And something you can see is at a glance, you are able to see a few things very quickly at a glance here, you can actually go into each of them one after the other, depending on the resource that you have. If we have app service, we will see it here also. So that's it. So now we just go to alerts. And as we go to alerts, currently we do not have any alert configured. Then we want to create. See, it gave us option to create alert, to create action group, or to create alert processing rule. So what we want to create is alert rule. So here, let's see. Okay, this is the one we are selecting, and scope define. For us to define the scope, you select the source type and the particular virtual. Okay, let's select the particular virtual machine instead. We're selecting virtual machine. Next, define scope. Repeat. Okay, virtual machine and location Europe. So this is a virtual machine in this location. Though this is not compulsory, then but I want to select the entire thing. Yeah. And Europe, then click apply. Oh, let's go back. What if we just select everything and they all go back? So it's not compulsory. I want to select all instead. Scope. Selecting the subscription. So which means anything that happened within that subscription is going to get alert for it. Then we go to the condition. On the condition, we need to select a signal, see all signal. Since we have different, these are deprecated signal we're looking for. Let's see. Okay, delete virtual machine. Select this and apply. So chat periods say every uh last. It will delete. I don't want to delete it. Okay. Say create virtual machine. Hmm. Okay, let's go with that. Apply. Mm-hmm. So here we can select different event level. So I'm leaving everything. I'll leave it on. And then here also, we leave it fail, started, succeed. We leave it as all selected, all selected. And then we can create, let's create the rule. Sorry, instead of, let's move next and click create the action. Now, for us to create the action, like we said, we have to create action group. If I say select an action now, there is there's no action because we have not created anyone. So first thing we need to do is to create an action group. So creating an action group, select our resource group where we want to create the action group. Region. Region, we're going to leave it as default. The action group name, let's give it a name, AZ104 region. You recall, so I'll call it region 10 since we are using 10. So we have something okay. Sorry, this is looking confusing. Let's see. Let's say we want to alert some particular group of people, like operation, it's a virtual machine, operation team. And alert ops team. Okay. And then we click next to go to notification. What kind of notification do we want? What we want is to use email so that we can test it, right? So I'll select email, select my email. For instance, maybe it's ctb at xtyler .microsoft.com. Okay, as who we want to send the email to. So we need to give the alert a name. That's email we are using. Enable a common monitor. Common alert schema. So leave this, then give it a name. And give it a name. VM was deleted. That's the alert name. When it comes, that's what I will see. VM was deleted, and we are going to click next action. The previous one was the notification, and we move to next the action. So we have already said is to send email, so we can leave it as send email. Then go ahead and click create. Review it and create. I don't want any action in this case. I just want it to send me an alert. So that's all I want to see. And we can go to next detail. So now our alert rule name is VM was deleted. Let's give it a little bit of description. So we know what it is used for. And we can click create and finally create it. So let me show you an email has actually come in just now. So remember that what I selected all. So what you just did is you've been added, that's notifying me. I have been added to Azure Monitor Action Group. Azure Monitor Action Group have been added to it. And you are now in the Alert Operation Action Group and will receive notification sent to the group. So if anything happens that apply that matches the condition we set in terms of deleting virtual machine, I'll get the alert. So get the logic, right? So that's a simple way to quickly create an alert. Now, can we do something to see if it is working? Before we can do that, I'm going to create a new virtual machine, then we'll make attempt to delete the virtual machine. We will make an attempt to delete the virtual machine and see what happens. Quickly. In the same resource group so that I can apply virtual machine AZ104, that's VM VM02. See it that way. Azure region, Windows, to use Windows, and this is okay. Then admin account, is the same. So we are now looking for password up and down. So we found password. So say it must be 23. Oh, sugar. So okay. So remote desktop for us to be able to connect to it if we want to. And then we'll go to disk. Just a very quick one. I don't have plenty money, so standard HDD is okay. Because we're going to be deleting it. And click next. And in the next, we use the same VNet and same VNet source group 10. Okay. Okay, so then we leave. It's just to create virtual machine, right? Management, enable free identity, shut down. You can decide to enable backup here as well. If we enable backup, automatically it allow us to select the vault and you can create a new one right from here. So let's leave backup, or we can leave it. Backup policy, enhance policy. Yes. Okay. So go to monitoring. Let's ensure that we enable alert. So here it's already telling us this. Then notify. I'm sorry, I'm going to enable alerting. So that we're trying to configure. Enable application monitoring. Yeah. Enable OS diagnostics. Yes. Okay. So we can was in advance. We are okay. Can go ahead and create. I'm going to be rounding up by 2. So this is just for us to be able to see the alert fire once we initiate a delete action, right? Okay. Hopefully it will not take so much time. Hopefully. Okay, let me check. Are there questions? Mm, uh, that's Gladys concerning our project work. we need admin access to the Azure portal. We need to manage Azure traffic. Yes, you do. Admin access. What kind of admin access? You have each person have owner access on the subscription. So let me know the admin access you are talking about. Hmm.
Hello, ma.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
I don't,
Elvis.
don't really know how it is, but I tried creating the um traffic, but I couldn't do anything there. So that was why I sent the message. Oh, good.
In the which of the Azure environment, the project, in the project or in your lab?
Yes, ma. Project.
Yes. Okay, we'll check it. We check it, but I think
Okay, ma. Thank you.
should be able to create because we gave on the subscription you have owner right. On the Azure itself, you have global admin, so you're supposed to be able to do whatever you need to do. Yes, John, please.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I want to ask the when we are creating an action, we you have said that we can create an alert group, an alert rule, an alert processing rule, and also an action group. In what scenario, like what will trigger us to create those different alert rules, either alert rule or processing rule action groups, like scenarios or action or things that will allow us to create those individual rules, or we can just we can just choose like, oh, I want to choose alert rule for all of my VMs, or what are the things we can do that we
Okay.
got our process. Yeah.
Okay. So in situation what will cause you to create an alert rule? I just like you just want to be informed. Let's say, for instance, I want to be informed of when somebody create a resource, when somebody delete a resource, when somebody make a change on the resource. I just want to be alerted, right? Just alert me. I might not need to take any action. I just want to know that this kind of activity or this kind of event happened and probably by whom it happened by, right? That's in the situation where I will just create an alert without any other thing. So that alert, in that case, we need to add things like action group. You understand? Naturally, it's already sending all the log that is sending on the activity log as they do things to the monitor. All of those are already alert in the solution itself, alert within Azure. But now, I'm not looking at my screen 24/7. I do what I need to do and get out of, move on to another activity that take me off that particular dashboard. Then if anything happen, alert me. So that is where we need to now create action group. What should the alert, what kind of alert do I want? If I want it to be an email alert, then I need to create an action group. An action group contain the group of people that should receive that email and their email addresses where Azure will be able to send that alert to. So in this case now, I'm just creating an alert group. I'll be an alert to just alert me. However, the alert works hand in hand with alert action group, right? Now, I can also decide to define other action group, and that action group can be within alert if I want it to do beyond alerting me. I want it to alert me, at the same time perform an action. So let's say it's a VM, an application within a VM now. I say when that application is down, alert me. Then I can add in additional action step that says try and restart, run this script to restart the application that is having issue. So it will log in, meaning there will be a credential within, somehow. It will log in into the virtual machine, run the script. You can use PowerShell to do anything, just about anything. It will log in into the machine, connecting to the machine via PowerShell, and run the script to restart the particular application I say it should restart. So once you restart, it will check if the information is no more so. Now we'll move now from that alert action to alert processing rule. So what it will now do is, I want a situation by if you restart that particular service or that particular application, if everything is now fine, there is no more, it will reset the alert to start the monitoring all over. So reset the alert is because the issue is no more there. So the alerts do not remain. It will rather change now to issue has been resolved. I might decide to get alert for that to also tell me that issue has been resolved, right? So that is now the alert processing rule. What will happen if the incident that causes the alert to fire is no more so? Or let's use another practical example. We notice that our e-commerce site server at between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. every Sunday, the resource on the server is overutilized. It gets to 95% utilization. And we now configure alert and say, once the resource on this particular server hits 90%, now 90% or is greater than 80% that we saw, send me an alert. At the same time, auto scale the server, increase the number of server to 2 or 3, right? Then I will tell also monitor this process for 2 hours. Once it is 2 hours, check, is the resource utilization still at that point or it has come down? Now, if with the auto scale that we did, the resource utilization has changed now to maybe it has come down to like 40%. The condition does no longer meet. What will now happen is reset. Let it report that the issue has been resolved and the alert no longer exists because the issue no longer exists as at that time, right? That is what the alert processing rule. What happens when the event is no more so? What happens when the event has changed? What will happen with the alert? So reset the alert that the issue is no longer what we reported earlier. Things has changed or there's a new development. Those are the instances where I want to send alerts, not to do anything, just send an alert. And the alerts, send it to the Azure Monitor dashboard, nothing more. In that case, I'm just alerting, I'm just generating alerts. So later I will go to Azure Monitor and go and view the alerts that has happened. Now I want to take a step further. If I'm not on my system, on my computer, I should be able to get an email. That is where action group come in. I will create an action group that contains a group or a list of people that will receive that email with their corresponding email address. I can go further to add extra action in the action group to say, send alert and send alert, and run a script. So it will do the two action because I said and. It will do the two action. It will send me an alert in my email and it will run the script. Now I'm not saying monitor this condition, monitor it for a period of time. After this period, when the alert is no more so, reset it to what is supposed to be before. You understand? So I don't know if I answer your question. I think I should be able to.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
And I also have another question.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Talking about the snapshot in Azure Backup, does it only apply to Windows OS or it also apply to Linux?
No, it's you can apply it to hold on. Let's see. This is a Windows machine I just created. It's a Windows VM. So Azure Backup applies to both Windows and Linux. Snapshot, yes, it applies to both Linux and Windows. And this is, if you have used Hyper-V or VMware before, irrespective of the operating system that your virtual machine is running, you can actually take a snapshot. A snapshot will allow you to kind of go back in time if you want. So the same thing is applying here. You take the snapshot and keep it in a safe location. If there's anything, we can revert back to that snapshot. So it supports both Windows and Linux virtual machine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma. And also, if for a recovery service fault, for the on-premise workload, it talks about we can have the system state and the bare metal recovery. Can we have the two together, or we have to choose one? Because you said the bare metal also involves it also scans the system state and all other things apart from the system state. Is it possible to choose the two together, or we have to choose one?
No, you can do the two. You can do the two together.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You can do the two together. If we go back now, let's go back to where's my vote? Okay, it's the vote. And then we want to create, since we have another virtual machine now, let's say we want to create another virtual machine. Okay, because it's on-prem now, we might not be able to, but let's just say we want to create a backup. Let's assume we have an on-prem. So we select on-prem and then can select this and select this at the same time. Can select multiple. And which environment, which virtual machine, which virtualization environment, either VMware or this. So it's going to create, for whatever virtual machine I want to pick there, based on have installed agent, it's going to create two jobs. One will be for the system state, one will be for the bare metal. Do you get? Two jobs in one.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So where were we before we move? So now what we want to do is the virtual machine has finished creating. Can we try to initiate a delete? Right? Let's initiate a delete and see what happens. So now, selecting the virtual machine. If I click delete virtual machine, I have this option, apply force delete. Because if you don't, it will not, you will still be able to see some other resources. And then when you are deleting virtual machines, you need to consider other things that it's using. If you don't release them, they will continue to use your money. So I want to delete everything. If I say apply force to delete the virtual machine, and I want to delete everything about this particular VM. So I will accept, read and understood. I will accept, and then I will click delete. Hmm. Okay, while this is going on, let me quickly check in the monitor. The alert. You confirm that too. Mm, okay. So yeah. Let's see. It's action group. Is to send email in condition. Hopefully I get alert too, because I didn't check whether I picked it. Change. Yee. Sugar. Where is the I miss something? Let's see. I didn't get email. Mm. Machine operation. Machine was deleted. One is enabled. We're looking for the scope. Oh, sugar. The scope type is targeting just the subscription. So it won't trigger. Oh no. So you get it won't trigger because it's not it's not a virtual machine I selected. I was trying to accommodate I was trying to accommodate the stop to be as wide as possible. Resource type. Mm-hmm. Still supposed to. Mm. Yes, precisely. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. The way see what happened, even though we couldn't get the alert because of the misconfiguration there. So, well, it captured that an action happened here. So I'm hopeful that if such happen again, it should trigger because now it's able to capture the log based on what happened. Let's see. So that's it. I would like to stop here today, or maybe before we go, I can quickly um, show us where is the content of the alerts. So let's say we want to create alert processing rule. Let's see what it looks like. So again, we have to select the subscription that we are talking about, that we want it to apply to. That's to browse. Now, this is a subscription that is active. Select this and select the resource group. You can only choose one items from the same subscription. Okay. So you know why? Because we've created a rule before. So I don't, oh, good. Yeah, the mail has come. So here is the sample of the email. I think here's a sample of the email. Alert monitor. VM was deleted. Was created for VM2 at this time. Alert log received. VM was deleted. Hola. So you have some option to go and investigate because we've deleted the virtual machine already. So you have the option to go and investigate what happened. So that was the alert that was generated. So at least we're able to see this happen. So now to create alert processing rule, it's saying we cannot use the same thing that we have used within the same subscription. So let's pick the backup instead. Let's pick the backup instead. We have this. Then if we click next, and just to see what it look like, this is the scope now. The resource is backup. The backup, not the vault, the backup job, the data that we have created. Then filter. Alert condition, like you can filter with this different type, or we use signal type. Signal is equals to metric or node or hertz, or whether it's log, a combination. Then we go to rule. So suppress notification. This alert will still fire, but the action group won't be invoked, so you don't receive any notification when it fires. So apply action group. So this is a case where I'm talking about now. Okay, I think it can be used in two options. Naturally, alert processing rule say what happens when the alert when the condition no longer meet. Or you have alerted us before on a particular thing, a particular resource, and maybe something else within the resource is also having issue, but we know that issue cannot be resolved if the first one or the dependency for this other one that is happening, this other issue is the head of the first one that was generated. So you can suppress the alert so that you don't receive too much alert for this similar issue that has happened that you are currently working on. That's another instance that this can happen. So, and this you can schedule it. This it can be always, it can be at a specific time. You can use this alert processing also for maintenance window. So if you are going to have a maintenance window for your server at a particular time, you don't want, once the server goes down, you've configured alert before that says the servers, it should notify you if the server shuts down or restarts. So now you are installing Windows updates, or you are installing updates, or you are updating your application or upgrading it. As at that time, definitely the service will be down. You are aware of it. You are working on it. So you do not want any additional alerts to be sent to you. So you can suppress it in that instance. If you say always suppress, it means it will never generate alert for that particular type of event or the particular resource we are in question. So we can say at a specific time, so that it's only the time we are doing the planned maintenance window, it should not send the alert. Or if it's an environment where your activity is for a particular time of day, is not all day. So if an issue happens in the middle of the night, maybe you don't want to be alerted. You don't want one noise to wake you up from your sleep. So you can also schedule that. This schedule can also work. Then recurring can also work if it's an event that can happen at a particular point in time. This can also work. So you can configure recurring scheduling for this particular activity. So what happened now is that I have gotten this now, they call it alert noise. So this processing rule can help you to also reduce what we call alert noise. As I'm sitting here, I've gotten, for that action that we did, I've gotten 3 alerts, still saying the same thing. So until maybe you go and do investigation and say, oh yes, let's try to do investigation and see what we have. I'm going to paste the investigation URL here so that we can see. But let's complete on this first. So I can go ahead and just create this processing rule by using recurring this thing. Then when you create recurring, you want a start date. Maybe it's not something that should start immediately. You want to start date. So we are going to leave it because that's all that needs to be configured here. We're going to go out of this. Now let's move to the alert that we got that a VM was deleted. I click the investigate link URL that is there. So it can bring me here, come and show me in detail what has happened, and I can investigate further. So let's wait a bit while it's load, if it's going to load. Right? And after this, we can call it a day. You guys have really tried to stay up to this time. Thank you. for your support so far. How do we collaborate together to work on the project? I'm still not clear about that. So you have that's why we created the the Teams environment. Your Teams is for your collaboration, is for you, is a place where you have your meeting, it's a place where you drop messages. If you want any other way or approach by which you can reach each other, like creating a WhatsApp group among yourself, is fine. This other Discord channel is also another place, but I think I noticed not everybody is there because some team members have been calling out to their team. Some people have been calling out to their team members and there is no response from them. The other thing you can do is this. If you check the teams, this is taking time. So I think I want to stop there in terms of lecture for today. Thank you. So let me stop the recording and then we can treat some issues that people have with regards to project group and project team members. So thank you very much for your patience today and for the questions asked. Teams in it. That's why we had to create 2 accounts. An environment that have teams, but that environment, your purpose there is just for you to attend meetings, call out your teammates, have your regular ask questions, share the work, how you want to do it, share it among each other. So when it comes to a project, there are different stakeholders that are involved in the project. We have the engineers, we have the project manager, we have maybe service delivery, we might have a customer, so depending. But in this case now, we are trying as much as possible to simulate a live environment or a real life scenario that is very, 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 very obtainable. So this particular company now project is for a financial organization, financial institution. What do they want to do? Their problem currently is that they need a solution that will help them to enable reliable communication between 2 regions or 2 locations. They have Azure infrastructure in the Europe region and they have Azure workload or services in the US region. Now they want a situation whereby they can configure inter-site connectivity. That's enabled by default. By default, when you create resources in different regions, communication is not so seamless. Now, when you have different subscription, you cannot cross from one subscription to talk to another subscription. Also, within the same subscription, when you have 2 virtual networks, you cannot cross talk with one another within the 2 virtual networks. For you to be able to do that, you need to configure what we call inter-site connectivity. And while you are enabling the inter-site connectivity, you must ensure that it is one that is secure. So this is a problem that this customer have. They are now asking you as an Azure expert to help them resolve this problem. One of the things they want you to be able to use is you are going to use components like Azure Virtual Network. So for you to simulate this organization environment, it means you need to create 2 to 3 virtual networks that are not talking to each other at all. Now, I said the Teams environment is for you to communicate with one another, or your Teams meeting, or your project meeting, ask question, reach out, what's going on, where are we, follow up, track, because let me log in with another account, with an account to the Teams environment. I'm not going to declare. Okay. Needs to open in private. And by the way, for some of us, I say when you log in, you are having issue. It might be because you have two cloud accounts, two Azure AD accounts logging in on the same browser. So it will continue to conflict. So you have to use either in private browser. How do you open in private browser? I show all of that and I demonstrated all of that in the project walkthrough that I did earlier. So how do you open in private browser? You need to right click the browser on the taskbar. Let me exit this presentation for now so that you can see. So you need to right click the browser on the taskbar and click new in private if your own is Edge. If it is Google Chrome, you will see new incognito window. So you can open multiple different browsers, or if you have two different browsers, use one for the Azure environment and use one for the Teams environment, because the two of them are Azure AD accounts. If you use the same browser and use different tab, it will always conflict. So please use different browser or open the standard browser, log into your Azure environment, open in private browser of the same browser, log in, use it to log into your Teams environment. The confusion will be reduced that way. So let me log in now to a Teams environment. Need an account. I need an account. So I'm going to A, for instance. So group A is in tenants. This tenant. Oh, teams.microsoft.com or portal.microsoft.com. Microsoft.com. So now let's open incognito. I need to log into another. Okay. So okay, yeah, this Teams environment for project group A, for example, it's not completely open. What's going on? Okay. So when you log in, like I said, use two browsers for the two of them. When you log into your Teams environment, you go to Teams. When you go to Teams, you will see your team. TS, AZ, TDD, project group A. Yes, that's it. So here, if you click on this team, if you go to manage teams, if you go to manage teams, you will see the number of people in your team, you see the number of people, right? You notice what I did here. Sarah is a mentor. Tosin is a mentor. Myself that is saying guest here. I forgot to complete this one. I'm a mentor. I'm the one speaking to you right now. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people in this group, for instance. So once you click this, you can see all your team member. So when you see all your team member, if like this person is currently online, you will see those that are online and those that are offline or away. You will see them. So this environment is for you to, oh, hello, who is around, like Rebecca Ade, who is around, and the people that are around, they will respond to you. Now we have posted some files here, like the project for group A, the one I just displayed just now, is in this folder called project file. If you open project file, you have 2 files. One is your group member, the other one is the project information for your project, right? That is, so here you can create your meeting invite. You can schedule your meeting on the calendar, schedule meetings to meet with everybody. Now, when it comes to the projects, let me go to the announcement that we made. This is the announcement that we made, and this is majorly for project group A. Here you have more information. What are you expected to do? What are we expected to do? You are supposed to come up with a proposal, or based on the scenario that was painted for us, the problem statement. Make your research. These are the problems. You create a Word document, and in the Word document, you title it proposal. So in your proposal, you can make a research for what does a proposal, a technical proposal, what does it look like for a technical project like Azure project. You can even put, just like MJ was giving, if those of us that joined the early 9 o'clock session today, MJ was giving guides on how you can use even ChatGPT to do your research on how you can go about the project. So if you carry this information now and put on ChatGPT, for instance, here, write a proposal for me for this, it's going to give you something like outline of what and what should be in your proposal. Now, that's a proposal. So your proposal is going to state the problem statement for the company. It's going to state the scope of work, project scope. So project scope, based on what their problem is, you look at how you are going, the Azure services that you will use to resolve the problem, and you determine the level of work, the type of work, tasks that will be doing, which your tasks they are contained in these 4 major tasks. You put the scope there. Then what's your objective of the project? Your objective of the project can actually be deduced from the project statement. The objective, for instance, is they want to enable communication between 2 Azure regions, US and Europe, and the communication has to be a secure manner. And then one other objective is it must comply with compliance requirement like PIDSS, because they are financial institution. You understand? So those are things. Then in terms of timeline, we've told you it should take like 3 weeks. Our 3 weeks have actually started counting. So it has started counting. Then that's timeline. Then your requirement will be things like, what do you need? You will need a virtual machine if there's anything like that. If you need a virtual machine, those are requirements. You can state the size of virtual machine that you need. You can put, okay, you need a VPN, for instance. They say here, point to site VPN, you need a VPN. That means you need a VPN gateway. It's a requirement as part of this. So now with that, you have completed, you will be able to complete your project proposal. Now, a report that documents the project design. After a proposal is given to a customer, they award you the project. The next thing is you need to give them a design. What does your design look like? Your design says, oh, we need to have, you will even come up with like a diagram. If you can come up with a diagram that show one virtual machine here, it's connecting to one virtual machine here, and it shows this is a design. Let me go to the presentation of today. Okay. This is a design, for instance. This is showing us the flow of how things connect to one another. So it's a design. So your own can be, okay, so we have maybe one Azure you indicate one Azure subscription here, another Azure subscription here, or you indicate one single Azure subscription that have two branches, one virtual network here in US region, another VNet in Europe region, and a link that is connecting them together, and virtual machines in this, then the gateway. So that is what design, that's what it's talking about. It talk about the topology. What's the topology, the connectivity, what it look like. That's what design is talking about. Then your testing. So how you are going to be able to test if after you finish your configuration, so that's the design. Then now the actual deployment is the configuration, where you go ahead now to create the different components that you need to create. And then after creating, you establish connectivity and you test. So what's the result of your test is where we call evaluation. Did the test, was it successful? Was the project, the design, and the deployment overall, did it meet the requirement for the customer? Did it meet their need? Those are things you will come up from there. Now, project presentation, you will use information from your design document, proposal document, and maybe issues, challenges that you will face along the way. You use it to prepare a project report presentation. So your presentation will be telling us, oh, this was the customer challenges. After your analysis and your research, you decided the best approach using best practice. The best approach is to implement, is to use certain components. So you use components like VPN gateway, you use a virtual machine, you use virtual network to help the customer meet this, while also maybe managing cost alongside, because you have cost constraint. You only had $100 credit to achieve this solution for the customer. So now during your various configuration meetings, some of the challenges you had was communication or meeting with the group. You couldn't meet with the group, the group was not forthcoming, group members were not connecting, were not forthcoming as they supposed to. And then after you are able to sort that out, you guys, maybe you had challenges in allocating resources, allocating who will do what particular task, but you overcame after that. Then while you are doing your project, one of the challenges you had was maybe after configuring the what you're supposed to configure, result was not producing the result that was expected. So instead of communication to be established, it wasn't established. You try to diagnose, and then you realize one of the problem you had was firewall was not properly configured to enable communication, which were all corrected. And at the end of the day, you were able to establish communication, secure communication for that matter. Now, for this traffic to travel from one place to the other, it has to go through the VPN. You have this particular module that is protecting it. You have for user to be able to access resources here, what kind of permission you give to them, you will be able, that's what your presentation is. So at the end of the day, your lesson learned, what you learn from the project, how it help you to either grow better or expand your knowledge, for you. Those are things you will put in your presentation to come and showcase to us. Now, during your presentation, if you have enough time and you want to show demo, like if the environment is still available, you can decide to log into the environment to show us to navigate around. How do you navigate around? Like you can say, okay, for instance, if I go back to the Azure environment, this did not load. If I go back here, let's go back to alerts. Yes. So we can say, okay, so in order to achieve this, one of the things that we did was we have to configure a backup to be able, depending on, I'm just saying, using that, we created a backup for the organization and the way we configure. So you can even walk us a bit around the task or the activities that you did to be able to achieve what you achieved in this particular in the project. So those are the things that I'm looking for my. So that's what this is talking about. It's now saying, now this is expectation as regards to the group collaboration and all of that. You are expected to meet regularly to discuss the meeting, the project, how you will approach it, how you will do it, what and what components you will be including, who will be doing what part of the work, when and when are you expected, each person is expected to meet. So regular meetup is this, which you can do right from within this platform. Here you can go to calendar and you create meeting invite. You can even create a recurring meeting invite that allow you to meet, whether it's every two days, whether it's every 3 days, whether it's every day. You can create it and every member will join according as once it is that time. He say also you have to share, each of you share progress with each other, share ideas, because you are working in a group. Like we said this morning, there is no one person all knowing. No one person can know all, can know everything. So you will know in bits, another person will know in parts. You bring all of those ideas, bring it together to the table and try to sort it out and see the best way to kind of work with each other. Like we said this morning, you won't be working alone. Anything in IT world, there is no one man, there's no low ranger. When it comes to IT, you will always have the need to work with some other people, either within your same department or outside of your department. You cannot work alone. And then one of the things we expect from each person is to respect one another's opinion. So a situation where somebody is giving an idea and another person feel, oh, what are you talking about? And you shut the person up. The person might be shy and coy in and not wanting to contribute again. So even if when you are now having issue and the person have a solution that will solve it, you will be like, the last time I suggest, they saw me or they threw my idea, opinion, they threw it out of the window. Yes, everybody have rights to their opinion, but you need to be able to respect that opinion for each other and show mutual respect for one another. Then we said, support each other's learning and development journey. Yes, while somebody is assigned to do a particular task in the project, maybe it's having challenges to complete that project, and you might know it. It can come to you to go permit the team, oh, I'm having this issue. Does anybody know how we can go about it? And if you don't know, if nobody knows, then reach out to the mentors who might be able to guide you. Like we said, we are not to, I've even given too much detail in this call right now. We are not to tell you how to do the project, but we will try as much as possible to give you the guidance that is necessary, but not to give you exact of what and what to do. That is where reasoning, collaboration, thinking out of the box, critical thinking, that's where it comes in. When you go into your own space, you get a job where you are working, you are expected to contribute. You are expected to be innovative. You are expected to collaborate. You are expected to be a team player, a team member, and so on and so forth. So that's what we are expecting from people. Adhere to project standards and guidelines. So one of the standards is saying, we have group A, for instance, you have just a single Azure tenant, and you have also a single Teams tenant where you can do your communication. But when it comes to your projects, everybody in group A, for instance, has been created in an Azure tenant. When you go to, if you log into your own Azure tenant that we give to you for the project, and you go to Entra ID, if you log in and you go to Entra ID, for instance, and you go to users, in the user, like I said, I don't have any users here. Maybe I should just, which account is this I'm using? Okay. All right, well, that's good. I have a few users in my tenant. So what we have done is we have the separate Azure tenant. We created all team members of group A in that tenant, and we gave you equal rights. On the subscription, everybody have owner. That means at every point in time, you own, anybody that log in owns the subscription, but does not mean one person will use the subscription to do what he wants to do. You all have to work together, agree on the component that you need to configure to resolve the solution for the problem for the customer. Agree on it, and everybody with your own part, after the task has been shared, has been divided, that's divide and conquer. You can rule by that way, so that the work is not too much on one person. So everybody log in, and as you log in, your own user participant one task might be a dependent and task for participant 2 to continue his own. So if participant 1 need to first create a virtual network and participant 2 need to create virtual machine, it means participant 1 must finish creating the virtual network, then 2 will log in and create the virtual machine and consume the virtual network that has been created by participant 1. You see how it is. That's why we say identify what is the task you need to do and share the task accordingly. Then you work along like that. So it's a group project. It's a single. If you now go to your subscription, you will have just a single subscription. This my own now has been disabled because I created VM. I forgot to delete them, so it finished the money. So I had to quickly get another subscription. So everybody, if you log into your own, select the subscription, and you go to access control. This access control, I am. If you go there and you select role assignment, you will see all team members have access, and you all have the same access to this particular subscription. So we did it that way so that you are not limited. Where you are supposed to configure security, you will have agreed, and you people will put the necessary security in place as it's supposed to be. That's what. So this your Azure environment that you all have. You have just one single Azure environment. You are supposed to come together, agreed on what each person is doing, and then you log in and do everything you need to do on that particular subscription without taking it out. However, if the subscription expires, let me know, or it finishes and you cannot accommodate all. There are times we can do projects. There are projects that you are able to do maybe you can do it in your lab environment that we gave, and then use it to complete the necessary documentation that you need to complete in terms of the report, the proposal, and the presentation. So you might not now be able to log in to showcase it for us when you are ready. However, if your lab environment is still available as at that time and you have configured the same thing in that lab environment, it has not run out of time or expire based on time. If you want to use that environment as well, you can. But the single tenant is given to you for everybody to participate and make use of that single tenant for your project. So I think I've spoken extensively. I'm seeing some hands up. I hope I'm able to throw more light for us with regards to the project. Do we still have, yes, I have some hands up. Please go ahead. Who's going first?
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, ma.
Please. Thank you very much for the lecture. It was so intensive. The first one is my own Microsoft tenant. Yes, I've logged into it before. I've been using it. But as at yesterday, or through yesterday, I was getting invalid password. And I'm actually using, though I have another Microsoft Office, but I'm using the incognito so that there won't be any conflict. And I've been using it before. So I've not tried it this morning, but all through yesterday, I could not access the Office 365 because I wanted to check some instructions.
What's your group?
My name is Aminat, and Group F. Group F.
Group X, okay?
Yes, F.
F, okay.
Yes, F.
Okay.
Yes.
F. Let's see.
So, and my second question.
The Teams environment.
Yes.
Is that it? Okay.
Where we have all the instructions.
All right, go ahead, second.
Now the second one will be like a request because our project is on the backup and storage that you treated today. So I don't know if because I was having internet issues at one point or the other. So I don't know if the recordings will be available on time so that we can, because it really help us from your lecture today.
All right.
Then the third one,
yes,
you showed us the tenant in which we can use to do the project, as in that one tenant you told us about. So does it mean if on that tenant now, that particular tenant, all our names are already there? If I'm doing the backup and storage, or if I'm working on the backup and storage, for instance, on that same tenant, now another person wants to like create a virtual machine on that same tenant. We are still using that one. So one we have to finish one before the other on that same one tenant that we'll be using.
Okay. So because you are logging on at different time, different user is logged on. So you can be doing activity at a different time. But let's look at this. Let's look at this. Where is that? This just now. So let's look at this group A, for instance. What they said is they have two virtual networks, two VNets in two regions, and they want to enable communication. So first thing first, before you configure intersite communication, let me use this one. Yes. Okay, so here, for instance, before you can configure, if you give one person now to handle the network configuration, you gave one person a virtual network, you gave one person to create virtual machine, one person is creating point-to-site VPN. One person is creating monitoring and the network watcher and the rest. So you can't do all at the same time, simultaneously, I mean, because for you to ensure that the virtual machine is using the correct virtual network, the virtual network must first be existing. So it means whoever is given the task to handle the virtual network must do a good job to create the virtual network on time. Now, whoever is given the virtual machine rely on the virtual network to be up and running before he can continue with his own virtual machine creation. Once the virtual network is up, point-to-site configuration can kick in because it's not dependent on the virtual network. However, the resource, whoever is coming from point-to-site, the resource they want to access is also on a virtual network. So, but in terms of network configuration, that can be done pending when the virtual machine, the resource you want to access, is ready. When it comes to network watcher, the moment virtual network is configured, network watcher can start securing the network. Then when the virtual machine also creates its own, it will go further to further secure the virtual machine, maybe further streamline the security, the whatever is permitting within the NSG group and the connection monitor and co. So you get, so one task might be dependent on the other, while some tasks can go on simultaneously. That's why I said one person might need to finish his own part of the work before another person can start. Did I answer your question there?
Very well, ma. Thank you.
Okay. So now in terms of recording, we will try to make the recording. I will tell them to upload them as soon as possible so that you guys can. But if if I see that maybe if tomorrow they cannot do it, then I might have to download it and share with you people so that you can continue to do your work pending when they put it on YouTube site. Then for the team environment, I think is the third. I've treated the third and second question. Sorry, can you remind me what did you say is the team environment again?
Invalid user Microsoft 365 environment.
Okay.
Invalid,
So invalid usernames. So what we need to do?
Password. Okay,
is to log into that environment, but group f.office.com. Then I think is Mbola, are you still on the call? I think I can stop recording. So do we still have questions? Does anybody still have questions before we start treating maybe issues? Does anybody still have questions with regards to Sipokazi. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Let me.
Thank you so much for explaining. It's clear, it's very clear in terms of what we have to do. However, we are facing a bit of difficulty in our group. I'm in Group E, the Azure Group E. There's only like 2 of us or 2 to 3 of us that's actively contributing. And I'm looking at the deadline and the things that we still need to get done. And I'm a bit worried about the time. So that's the first question. And then the second one is created groups on WhatsApp, right? And now we have other people from different tracks who have joined in, who also say that they are from Group E. And I understand. I really understand what you said and what I have to do. But now they're joining our group every other day, and now they're wanting to meet, and then they're saying that whatever they're doing, it